Hello. Happy Tuesday. Oh. We are getting dangerously close to 500 hours, which is cool. We're going to hit that probably by the end of the year. I think I'm going to end up doing Pi streams on the 23rd and the 30th. Obviously not on the 25th. I don't know what I'm going to do on New Year's Day yet. So we should have 2 more Pi streams after this before the end of the year, and that should be enough for us to hit 500 hours. And Tuesday's stream was our 100th Pi stream, which was super cool too. So yeah, this a lot of time spent in this save file over the past year. Let's figure out what we're doing today. I have a to-do list up, and the to-do list says Guar. I think that is where we left off last time, pretty much, was we had started some Guar bootstrapping going on. Yeah. And I think we were looking at YAFC trying to figure out how much Guar do we want to build, because we're going to need it for some things, but I don't necessarily want to overdo it. So if we flip back to YAFC, we need a certain amount of Guar gum for drilling fluid 2, right, which is 0.25 a second. Here, let's clear our various fixed things. If I just want that 0.25 a second of Guar gum, that gives us like this. Or I guess it would end up being more like this, because we'd have 10 botanical nurseries, and then I'd make 18 guar bean plantations. Which would, let's see, allow overproduction, set fixed building count to 18. Yeah, so we'd have a very small trickle of excess guar. We're going to need more guar later on. For food, and we potentially need the beans later on for seed extract, for some of these enriched biomasses, and for we need the guar gum for various future foods. And this is where I was like, do I just build this a lot bigger to start? Because it seems like we're going to need a lot of it. And that was the point where I was like, what if we make a whole belt of this, and then, process. We would still want, like, a belt of guar bean seeds out to start, maybe? Do, like, 20 of those. That's too, we start to get numbers like this, right? Where we're putting 2 belts of guar beans into this pulp mill to make the gum. And then, you know, we have a few guar coming out, and then some excess bean seeds as well. And this is a lot of guar plantations, obviously. But it's not it's not that hard to build. The soil input is a lot, but like it's only one belt of ash, it's a little bit of sand, it's some lamps. It's just a big build is the only issue with it. But you know what? I think this is what we're going to do. I think we're just going to do a big guar build. It's going to be oversized for our initial needs, but like whatever. And then we'll go from there. So we're going to need 66 plantations, 30. Let's just grab the entity list. Shopping list, please. I don't think we're going to have quite enough of the guar plantations to start with, but that's okay. We should be able to make more of those pretty quickly. I think it only buffers like 50 of them in the mall, which is still a lot, but we need even more than that. Oh yeah, and we need 1,000 guar as modules. We're certainly not getting that right away. We will get this build running, and it will be able to help with the module bootstrapping, because obviously one of these is not enough to bootstrap 1,000 modules. What I will probably do is adjust the like splitter priorities so that we are not necessarily running, so that we're prioritizing outputting guar rather than not mean to put that many of those in there. Just trying to help this run a little bit faster, but there's some of our nurseries. Do we not have botanical nurseries set to like the full size build? Did I set these to a smaller number? No, there should be 50 of them at a time. The bots are probably just charging somewhere. Yeah, what's up with that? Why botanical nurseries? I'm not sure why there were not 50 of those in there. All right, soil extractors, good. So we need one more botanical nursery, and we need another 10 of these guar bean plantations. I'm not going to wait until we get all of those. We're just going to go start getting the build done. I will let the bots bring back all my pipes that I accidentally dropped in that assembler, though. Because I think we are going to need to run water pipes for guar. Yes, there's a lot of water in this build. So I guess I'm going to do this up where I've done a bunch of my other alien life stuff. No reason to split it up. We have a bunch of big plant builds over here. This will be just another big plant build. Yeah, if we build up here, we're going to have to do a bunch of filling in of landfill, but that's okay. We have effectively unlimited landfill. I'm not worried about it. We are right up to the edge of this lake, though, so we really can't go any further without figuring out how we want to route our rails, like, around the lake and get all of this connected. I think we are going to just go... I just need to grab a bunch of landfill, and we'll go across the lake here and vertically here, and that'll just be rails across the water, which is a lot of rail to build across the water. And then, you know, we'll end up needing to fill in a bunch of this area down here from here, and we'll grab a spot on here that I can put a T. We'll connect all this stuff up in a couple of different ways, and then we'll at some point have some kind of track that comes up here and connects with here. It probably also needs to, like, go up here and connect to, like, here. Not totally sure yet. So, the Guar really needs 2 input stations, because we're pulling out a whole belt of ash a second. So we're going to have a drop-off for the ash, and a drop-off for everything else. The ash, I'm going to go ahead and make... So this will be ash in... Our other inputs are going to be sand. Just what we need. More demand for sand in our lives. Lamps and plastic bars. And then we're going to have 3 outputs, which is the guar gum, the guar itself, and the guar bean seeds. We output all 3 of them. And those will be, I guess, just down on the bottom here, our 3 outputs. Input-wise, I guess sand and lamps can go on one thing together. Uh-oh. What are the chances that we overflowed on meat again because we didn't have the chitin? Stop. Stop what you're doing. Okay, why are we decaying? Everything's moving. Like, clearly stuff was backed up. I see a lot of lard coming through here. But everything is moving. Ah, look at that. It's here. Okay. This might just need a lane balancer on its output. Because I think what's happening is stuff is coming from... I mean, we could see it, right? This starts to back up a little bit here when this is full, and then that's also causing this lane to back up. So I think we need a lane balancer here for all the lard and the bones. The other thing I could potentially do instead is separate lard or bones or both earlier. Pardon me. I had to mute there to sneeze for a second. What I was saying was we could split off lard or bones earlier, because right now we have lard, bones, and skin all on one belt through here. And this could be 2 or 3 belts through here. And that would probably simplify some of the... I'm like, what is going on with these splitters? But this is so that when I add another belt up here, I can merge in another belt of stuff. That's why these splitters are here. So yeah, I think... we should do both. Let's put a lane balancer here. This belt is just these guys. And it is always going to be a full belt from... basically a full belt. Oh! Did I do my math wrong on how much stuff goes on this belt? Do I need fewer machines? That may also be an issue. Where do we switch sides? Yeah, barely. Okay. I mean, it does seem like it's emptying. But, like, these last machines do seem to be backing up, so maybe I need to reduce my number of machines here. 15. We have 22. What does the FC say? Aug rendering, 22 machines. Output is 14.7 items per second. Although, if there's rounding involved in some of this, then maybe that's wrong. I'm just adding this all up by hand in my calculator. Yeah, 14.67 items a second, so it should, in theory, all fit. But practice tells me that that's not really happening. I guess because it's... All right, so yeah, we'll take 2 machines off of AUG processing. I hate to do it, but I'll feel more comfortable. And then we'll end up with 10 on each side of the belt. And then I will also put a lane balancer here. And then I will also, I think, split off lard, just like I split off other things. And we'll get a separate lard belt earlier rather than splitting it down here. We will do all 3 of those changes. And we will do them right now, because that system needs to be working. And if stuff is decaying, especially if lard is decaying, and biocrit, I believe, is always decayed lard, that's just a waste, right? We need every bit of lard we can get in this base right now. So we've got to, we gotta go fix that, unfortunately. It's the one thing that I have an alarm on for when stuff goes wrong, because it is that important to keep that whole thing running smoothly. Whoops, too far. Is it too far? Wait, yes. All right, so when we merge these here, both of these need to be lane balanced first. Oh, and meat is backed up. That's also bad. All right. So yeah, we're backing up on meat. And that's because we didn't have enough chitin for the rest of the system here, as was discussed before. I really wanted, like, organ printing to work to get rid of a bunch of our meat, but because our chitin was not buffering, our chitin disposal was just a low priority sink instead of a proper void with logic on it. We're gonna need to get rid of meat another way, which probably just means turning it into jerky, which I hate to do, but it has to be done. All right, 1 second. I need to blow my nose. Oof, sorry about that. I've been doing some cleaning up and reorganizing for the end of the year, and it is stirring up a lot of dust. All right, so we're splitting off lard separately now, so lard no longer has to go through here. We're lane balancing these before we merge them for the skin and the bones, so that should make that part run a little more cleanly. And the last thing we need to do now is we just have to be able to get rid of meat. So we are, for now, can I manage to squeeze any more? I mean, I could put one here, but I don't know how I would hook the meat up to it as an input. Maybe I do. As we continue to kick this can down the road, we don't actually need 6 blue inserters anymore to insert to a off of a full belt, because a full belt is or an unstacked full belt is actually only 4 inserters. When they have a hand size, at least. All right, that should work to let this system run a little while longer. Just buffering more meat, basically. Which isn't what we want to do. We want to fix that. We want to get less meat be piled up. So we are gonna set up a proper. Oh yeah, all of this lard is coming through here. All right, so we are going to have to set up a meat to jerky processing thing, which is fine, I guess. Hopefully we do still have, like, jerky. Yeah, our jerky processing is still not saturated. And honestly, we could make this bigger. If I wanted to put orange inserters on here, we could double the size of this easily, right? And get like 2 belts of jerky void going. Because it looks like we're using our other phytoplankton, which means that we're not saturated on phytoplankton yet. And we also, worst case, could find another use for jerky. All right. Void meat to jerky. Meat. Item. So we bring in a belt of meat, turn it into jerky. It's 2 electric furnaces. Okay. That's easy. I mean, heck, if we're feeling spicy, we could do 4 furnaces. I don't know if I make electric furnaces, and I don't know how hard they are to make. Yeah. All right, let's just do gas furnaces then. That's fine. Same speed, uses a little bit of diesel or whatever fuel. Is there a place where I already have fuel, where I have the opportunity to drop, like, just 2 stations in? This is the question. Probably not. Probably not easily. That's fine. We can do it. We can do this basically anywhere. I do need to head up to base and grab the parts that I'm going to need for that, though. Let's do that. And by the parts, I really just mean 4 furnaces. That's all we need. And once we... Yeah. I'm annoyed at this. I really didn't want to have to do this. But the reality is that we are sitting on way too much meat, and unless and until we can get a bunch of chitin to go with it, we're going to need another way to get rid of it. Oh, I already am sitting on some gas furnaces. I don't know what I'm sitting on gas furnaces from, but I have some. And the bots should also be able to bring me this last Guar bean thingy. There it is. So where do I want to do this processing of overflow meat to jerky? I don't know. I should also fix this so that this is no longer like multiple stages on a lot of these things, where I did fix them and where they do actually have void capabilities. Because, like, this is always going to be empty. These are always going to be empty because these are being voided if this is above a threshold. So we can clean some of that up. Although maybe that's not worth doing until the meat is taken care of. All right, I need 3 stations somewhere. Do we just do it here? Whatever this is. What is this? This is void glycerol to syngas. Let me label that before I forget again. Yeah, we can do the meat to jerky, like, right here. That's fine. That's as good a spot as any. all the way over here. I probably could have found a better way to route myself here. That's okay. So yeah, this is going to need a fluid delivery and then a solid drop-off and a solid pickup, or actually a fuel delivery. Did I update this blueprint with the work that I did when I realized that? I think the answer is yes. Right? Yeah, train limit is set to 1. We don't do any of the special latching stuff anymore. This is indeed less yeah, this is the new design. We're good. So I should be able to just hook this up and it'll just do what I need it to. And then solid drop off here. This is going to be on the void network. I'm going to give it a priority of -2. What did I do for xenogenic cells coming in? How did I set this up? This isn't really set up as a void, is it? This is just making xenogenic cells. Okay, so this can just be -1. And then the requested thing is meat. And I want this to be... clean up the power wires a little bit. There we go. And that way, this can just dump meat into this as quickly as it can be unloaded. We will have a solid pickup. And this will be where the jerky is put, as well as anything that comes as comes out of this. Each of these, we're going to pull 2 belts out. Each belt only needs 2 furnaces. How do I want to do this? I guess we'll do it like here and here. And then in theory, that is enough inserter capacity. We'll find out, though. And then what I will also do is we're going to have, at the end, we want to pull out any that decays, which will be like, I'm just going to grab one of these. Not that one. Grab one of the ones that has a, there we go, a red output. That's not really what I want either, is it? I mean, maybe what I just do is this. I think that is it. That is going to turn as much meat as possible into jerky. And this is just going to keep getting meat deliveries because our meat over here is just so backed up, right? Does mean we should be able to eliminate at least one of these buffers and more of them over time. Here, let's start fixing up some of whatever we can fix here. What is this one? Oh, this is nothing. Good to know. And this one should go pretty soon as well as we pull things through here. Let's see. Yeah, guts come through. This all can go away. This can come in. Just like that. Well. Let's fix our, and then all of these are going to get exactly the same. Yeah. I need to figure out what the heck is going on down there with Guts. That's all weird. Yeah, so this needs the same basic cleanup as everything else. All right, brains, guts, meat needs, you know, more of the same cleanups, right? Which is really just a matter of going, you know, machine by or storage thing by storage thing as we get as these slowly empty, we'll be able to keep pulling everything closer and closer, get rid of more and more of these buffers. The question, of course, is, are we getting rid of the jerky fast enough? Like, where do I send jerky to right now? All right, so it goes there, but it also goes... here? But this is on the V network. And none of my other jerky stuff is actually on the V network, right? Even this one is an A network. It's just a low priority requester. Okay. So that's why. That's why this doesn't run. So I might need to set that up as a jerky like void, which would be composting jerky, I think. The other thing we could look into is setting up workers' food. Question mark. Might be worth it. The problem is lard. Until we have more lard, I'm not sure if I want to spend the lard on workers' food when we could just spend more meat for the same thing, right? And obviously, once we do finally get our nexelit processing fixed, our meat usage is going to go up by a lot because the nexelit mines will be running more consistently. I don't think it's worth me hanging around here at the moment for any more of this. Because I think pretty much all of these are I mean, they're not all quite the same, are they? Could do a few more cleanups here. Make everything pretty. Yeah, all of these kind of ended up in the same weird shape. And then the jerky output is fine. Chitin output is fine. Oh, seashells doesn't need a second buffer anymore. Because we have a void for that now. And then at one point we did have this, which was going to be the whatever the things are for optical fiber, but because those decay so quickly, I realized we couldn't do that, and they got moved to a direct insertion over here. And these are allowed to decay if we don't have the other stuff needed for them, and they will just end up being dumped, and that's fine. The only reason we alert on decay here is that it's a sign that something has gone wrong, right? Because all of this should be emptying before things decay. So if stuff is coming out of here decayed, it's a sign that we're backing up here. Although now that I did this filter earlier, maybe I want to add one more filter like right here for lard. If I do like... Because what I want to happen is anything that's not lard on this belt, which would be indicative of decay, should still trigger the alarm. Because neither bones nor skin can decay, so the alarm is actually broken now. Well, we'll still potentially get jerky from anything back here that jerkifies. But I think I can do something like this. And that should just push any decayed lard down into this setup, although I should probably do it here. All right, Twitch is telling me that it's ad break o'clock. I run the ad break an hour just long enough to keep pre-roll ads turned off. I'm going to step away, get a little bit of water, stretch my legs. I recommend you do the same. Take care of yourselves as human beings during the ad break. When we come back, we're going to go back to the Guar build, and I'm just going to let this, going to AFK this. Maybe we'll be able to get rid of one more of these warehouses before we do that. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the break. We did manage to get rid of another one of these warehouses. I just did it while the ad was still running. So we should... I mean, obviously, we still want to get rid of 4 of these. Like, there's no reason to keep this much meat stashed around. So it's gonna take a little while for all these to empty. I'm not gonna wait around for all of them to empty. I'm just gonna throw all the stuff that's in my inventory into the appropriate... bones can get the same treatment that everything else got. We no longer need... I'm pretty sure I did create a bone void, so we can, we can do that. Skin is fine. I think skin also has a void. Basically, anything that we don't have to just, like, let sit accruing. There's no reason to have multiple things of. Yeah, it's gonna take a while for all these warehouses to empty out, and when they do, we will, we will be in good shape. Yeah, this can get rid of meat as fast as the other station can send it here, right? You know, given the size of the warehouse and what I think I have the void threshold set to, 10K, that meat void probably can't ever run at full speed. Because it will, what am I trying to say? Sorry, I can't think and type at the same time. I don't think we'll ever dispatch enough trains to this to, well, maybe. But make sure all of these are set to at least 2. That'll help. I should apparently fix my default station blueprint so that it has a train limit of 2. But if we check this now, yeah, 0 trains with this stop because it's all on the A network. Once it gets up to 10K, gets added to the V network, and we get 2 trains assigned. And both of those trains are probably coming down here, right? Like back to back. Yeah, 2 trains assigned. Cool. That should do the trick. That means that this will probably almost always void 2 trains at a time when it gets full. But that's okay, because it gets very full. So pulling out 2 rows of it instead of just 1 row of it, or 4 rows instead of 2 rows, I should say, is probably fine. All right, let's leave that for now. I am going to have to go back and clean up those empty warehouses, reroute one more belt. There's a little bit of cleanup left to do once I get all that awful meat buffering out of the way. But for now, let's go back to building entirely too much guar. Oh, whoops. It helps to set the right filter. All right, the sand and lamps will need to feed into each of the rows. And then... ash will also feed them all. We have 66 machines, which is just such an awful number. But here's 11 of them. We will want to switch these to recipe 2 at some point. Just enqueue it now. My design in YAFC is for recipe 2, so we will account for it being recipe 2, even though this is only recipe 1 for now. Yeah, so if I do 11 at a time, we can do 6 clusters of 11. The question is just, what do we need to bring in from each of those, and then how do we merge all the belts together? Alternatively, we could do it all as, like... I mean, 3 sets of 22 is a lot. No, let's do it in groups of 11, because we can kind of do it in pairs of... yeah, we can do it in pairs. So each of these is going to have... input-wise, it's just water, right? Yeah. So they're going to have water in, they're going to have an output. And then we're going to have 3 clusters of this. Input-wise, we have 4 input ingredients, so that means 2 belts. So 1, 2, 3, 4 spaces. And then obviously the top and the bottom share a set of input belts, or the top and the bottom are the last input belts, whatever I'm trying to say. So then we are going to have inputs. Right. And then each of these is going to have like one big thing and one small thing. So if we look at our inputs, we have like sand, soil, ash, and lamp. So if we put like... I think the problem is that we still need more soil than we can fit on. Yeah. Let's do these one further apart. Or even two further apart. I don't like that either. Here, let's I think if we look at each individual... Here, let me... Let's get the right, like, recipe in here. So I can actually see our, like, input. Our input amounts individually are all small. And I also forgot to account for guar beans. We have 5 inputs. Okay. So yes, this changes how we're doing this. Do still just want to run the one output. That's fine. But with 5 inputs, we need 3 belts. But any given input is just such small amounts, right? So we're going to have, like, lamp and sand on 1, beans and ash on 1, and then, like, soil coming through the middle, I guess? So if we do soil through the middle, we want to do like that. So something like that would be... And then switch everything back to recipe 1. And all of this shares the middle belt, because we can just share the middle belt. And then we just drop in a third one. Again, sharing the middle belt. I think this will do what we need it to do. It's kind of messy. I'm out of undergrounds. Cool. But I could probably figure out how to do this in a way that doesn't need undergrounds. Like here. But it gets a lot harder to position power in a way that'll actually work with everything. Like, I guess that works. Is this any better? I don't know. It's definitely differenter. I think it looks cleaner with the undergrounds. It looks cleaner with the undergrounds. We're sticking to the undergrounds. It's fine. I'm gonna have to go back to the mall and collect a bunch of inserters and undergrounds. But it looks cleaner. We're gonna stick to them. So all of this needs, I mean, everything kind of gets split into 4 and then needs to be routed to the appropriate, like, lanes. Or I guess split into 6, but what that really means is everything gets split into, like, 3 and then 2. So like that, and then that. And then we need to have these for all 3 of our different sets of inputs. Which is gonna be fun. So we'll do, like, the first one. Which is the middle lane of everything. Oh, so this one's actually only, well... That's silly to do. Instead, what we're gonna do is we're only gonna split one of these in two. These ones are going to come up here. This one is going to be a little funkier. Okay. And then our next set of inputs. This one really is split into 6. There's nothing like a good, really over-engineered belt layout. And this is definitely an over-engineered belt layout. Cool. So there's all of our inputs, and now we just have to kind of hook everything up to them. I think the only potential issue is we might need to do... Yeah, so lamps and sand is easy. Lamps and sand will just hook right up to one of these. The next one needs to be ash and guar bean seeds. And we actually want to put that on 2 different belts. And I'll sort that out in a minute. But it does need to come into here as 2 belts. Because we have too much ash, right? We have a whole belt of ash. So I need to figure out how I want to sort that. I guess we could just stack the ash coming out of this, and that would be good enough. Like, we can do that. We can just drop, like... drop these guys here. And then the other half of this belt would be the seeds. That would do the trick. But we don't really need to do that. So, really what we need is... what? I mean, I guess what we do if we want this in 2 different belts instead of a 1-to-6 splitter, we actually want 2 1-to-3 splitters, right? And then these hook up here, and then we would have 2 different input belts here. Each of which is going to be half ash and half ash and half seed. And that way we only need half a belt of ash on each of those. And then this last one is soil. And there's 12 soil extractors that we need. And I just need to find a good spot for those and get this soil belt routed someplace where it's not completely terrible. So that'll come from, like, over here somewhere. Maybe not there. Maybe, like... here? The other thing I need to do is get water connected to each of these pairs of buildings. That's not too hard to do. I'm not too worried about that. All right, let's... clean out our inventory a little bit. What else can we do before we... oh, you know what? I didn't do power. So outputs, we're going to have 1 full belt of Guar. So in theory, that should work fine. Merging these 3 together into here. We then need to split that with a priority splitter. What goes left will go to wherever. What comes here will be, I say to wherever, it will go to become seeds, is where it will go. We will have a pickup station that is, I mean, I guess we put it all the way over here. I don't know. For now, we'll do it here. That is our overflow of guar beans themselves. Those then need to go into a bunch of botanical nurseries because we're making a lot of seeds. It looks like I was doing 3 belts of seeds. All right, so that's another 3-to-1 splitter. Really, it's 6, right? Because each of these now needs 5 botanical nurseries. This is getting snug. I might have to move some of this. But each of these is going to make guar bean seeds. 0.4 beans in, 1.6 beans out. Okay. Oh, in that case, we actually can just keep this to 3 belts, because what we will do is we will do a... I was going to say a shared belt in to a dual belt to 2 belts out. Right, so we have 1 belt in that will run 2 rows of these guys. And then 6 out of 30. Wait, what's the number on this? Yeah, so it's 10 per output belt. Okay. Oh, and that's marked as an output. Okay, so yeah, these guys are 1 output belt. Which, let's align at this end so I know it's an output belt. And then... here, these guys are 2 output belts. And then we have another set of them. And this set fills the other half of each belt. Except I don't really have space to do like 3 sets of this where I am trying to do it, do I? Maybe. But it's going to be snug. What are we waiting for? Botanical... Why don't I have botanical nurseries? Oh, I see what I did. I see what I did. I see what I did. Okay. Yeah, because this is 2 belts out, so I would put 4 belts of out here, but we only have 3 total belts out. So then... Here... This is all out. All right, so that's 3 total output belts. And now this is just 3 input belts. Yeah. Move this whole thing down 1. Because the input belts are not actually saturated, right? We only have 15. I mean, maybe this is just what I should do, is I should just do 3 rows of this. And stop with all this weird, complicated stuff. Because this is just like a row of input belt to output belt. Let's stop over engineering it and let's just do that. Wow, already 10,000 chemsci. Yes. So that is now 3 belts of guar bean seeds. And it would help if I put... All right. 2 of those belts of seeds need to get turned into the guar gum itself, which will also take the plastic bars from here. So we're gonna deal with that in a minute. The 3rd belt of output, which I'm actually gonna turn around, is split 2 ways. First, priority right, and then that will get split again. All right, so each of these is going to be a half belt of ash, a half belt of bean seeds. And then the remaining bean seeds can come through here, through here, through here. They are going to come to a station here, which will be the bean seeds. And then these last two belts of seeds will need to go along with a little bit of plastic, and they are what will get turned into the guar gum. And that is... not really sure yet. Let's wander back to the mall. Let's here, actually, before we do that, let's clean up here. Let's get ourselves the road properly paved. And then we'll head back to the mall. We'll refill on all the normal stuff. And then probably what I also should do is take the modules out of everything. And then when I start sending the first batch of seeds through, the seeds will only go to, like, one of these sets of machines, and all the modules will be in them. Actually, let's do that before I... We're going to set all of these up without modules in them. And then when I put modules in some of these, you know, in the first row of them, that way we can start the loop. And whichever one of these is going to be the one that has seeds on it. We will say this one. This will come up into here. Like that. There we go. And that way only this row gets seeds initially. And we're not sending seeds into all these machines. Otherwise, we're going to have to spend a ton of our bootstrapped guar just making seeds to saturate a bunch of machines that don't have the modules to run, and that would be a colossal waste of time and effort. So we're not going to do that. We're going to be a little more deliberate. All right, bots. Bring me belts. Well, there. Let's do that by hand. Let's just collect a bunch of belts. What else might I need to grab? It picked up a bunch of inserters for me already. I think we got everything. We might have to do one more trip back to the mall before this is done, but whatever. Science is running again, just barely, but it is. We will check in on glass when I'm done with the Guar build, I guess, just to see what the status of everything that we worked on Tuesday was. But hopefully things are back in better shape, question mark, maybe? Same as other places, we want to make sure that we turn off anything that's not part of the loop. We don't want to be making Guar seeds that aren't getting put back into making Guar initially. Oh, that was silly. There we go. So I think in theory, other than needing, like, modules for another row of these guys, this is looking good. So if I take some of this and we run it, like, across all of those guys, we're going to start to see seeds coming out. And again, initially, all of this is going to end up just on the one belt that feeds all of these machines. We will module up the whole thing later on. These two machines aren't quite going to run full speed because this is up to 16 per second here, but we can really only make 15. And then, yeah, of course, it's all getting backed up at this point because we've only got half a belt. But that's fine. We'll pull this backlog of seeds through, right? I want to be pulling as many seeds through into these machines as we can. Oh, water. We haven't done water yet. Let's figure that out. There they go. Why are you stuck all the way up here? Interesting. All right. It's going to take a while for all of this to saturate, obviously, on lamps and sand. But these guys are all running, making guar now. And that should be enough to keep this whole thing running in a loop. We obviously will still need to check in on this and get it... get the... Yeah, so this'll push the guar to here, and this will still overflow. So at some point, we'll end up with guar in here, and I'll just have to come in here and grab whatever, 1,000 guar, and throw it in as modules and all the rest of these machines, and then we can hook them all up. But these 11 of them will at least get us running a token amount. 11 times faster than what we're running on the other one. Over here in the bootstrap machine. And then this only uses like 1 lamp a second when it's done. It's just that we're saturating a lot of surface area of belt right now. So it's gonna take a little while for that all to fully accumulate. Same with sand. Oh yeah, there we go. We got our first batch of output guar. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. All right, so that just leaves these 2 belts, which are going to be the ones that get turned into... what's it called? The guar gum. So they're going to come through here. We're going to have one more pickup station here. This is a single pulp mill. Making guar gum. We will have inserters in basically for our 2 belts here and here. All right, and Twitch is telling me that it is ad break o'clock again. Oh, I actually lined that up. I am so good. Total coincidence. It's ad break o'clock again, so I'm going to go ahead and let Twitch run its ad. I'm going to get myself a little bit more water, stretch my legs. I recommend everyone do the same. We'll finish getting this last little bit hooked up. I think we just need the plastic input. And then this build is done until such time as we get all the modules. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll figure out what our next goal is. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around during the break. I really do appreciate it. Let's see. Looking at Guar gum, 0.2 plastic bars a second. Okay, one inserter is enough. But just because I like symmetric belts, we're gonna do 2 of them. Just like that. And those two inserters up there are more than enough to keep this saturated. I guess I could just do that. That way we still have the two-sided belt that looks nicer, but we're not using way more power than we need to. Each of these, 4 inserters should be enough, but let's just make sure that we're good, that we are able to fully pull 2 belts into here. And then, oh. Shoot. Well, remember how I was saying how excited I was that I got everything lined up exactly? I didn't get everything lined up exactly. Do I want to lift all of this up by 1? Alright. There we go. I fixed it. And that is going to be guar gum at not a huge quantity, but it's more than we need. And that is really what matters. So yeah, over the next few hours, yeah, this is already starting to back up on how many seeds it can make, and then we will, because this is enough seed-making machines for all of these, right? So we will, this will back up, and then once this belt is full to here, it'll start backing up down here, and then I'll be able to just, like, grab stacks out of this, and my bots will put them in the right places, actually, at this point. Do I want to... No, I'll do it 1 row at a time as I get the modules to do it 1 row at a time. That way I can turn on 1 row at a time and not kind of have to turn the whole thing on at once. Oh, right. Thing to check on is glass. How is glass doing? We did apparently get a couple more requests for glass panes or plates or whatever. It does seem like Petri dishes are doing well, though. Like, these belts are saturating, which is interesting, because I thought that these were ratioed. They are. Weird. I wonder if we were running low on seaweed, and that caused these to turn off and caused these belts of empty ones to back up. Because we shouldn't be buffering Petri dishes. Well, except when empty Petri dishes are running, but... Yeah, I mean, we are... maybe it's just... Maybe it's actually starting to back up. Cool, that's fine. Optical sets... Yeah. Get used every once in a while. Glass fiber runs whenever. It does seem like we're maybe still behind on glassware, which I don't love. But, like, Stuff is working better. Well, I say that. It looks like we're running out of science again. And it is Pi-Sci 1, as always. And Pi-Sci 1 is running. But maybe not quite running consistently enough yet. I'm going to bet that we did have a blip if we check our production statistics. Yeah, it's still turning on and off. But the windows during which it turns off are getting shorter, which is good. I think the wibbly wobblies at the top of this are prod firing. Because we have so few machines, it doesn't quite average out over the course of an hour. So you get the wibbles. But yeah, we are making these. They are, yeah, and this just got a delivery of glassware recently. Because it requests a whole stack. So I think it's doing better, but glassware is still maybe not quite 100% consistent. And maybe it'll be consistent soon. Is what we want to see. If I find glass production, yeah, we're still kind of struggling to keep this full. That's not really a surprise. Like petri dishes, like I said, petri dishes are starting to back up. These first couple machines are going to start turning off soon, or at least this first machine is going to turn off soon. Yeah, this one already has. Like I said, I could probably adjust the thresholds on these, so instead of 100, it's like 20. That way we're buffering fewer. And that'll turn off some of these other machines just a little bit sooner. Yeah, it'll turn off a bunch of these that have already buffered beyond 20. Because we really don't need to have 1,000 extra petri dishes here. The goal is to stop making agar when this is backed up. And we need to have a threshold number that's high enough here that it's not going to happen by accident. So, like, more than 1 or 2. But a whole stack is absolutely overkill for what we need to buffer in there. Yeah, there we go. And that should hopefully get more of these petri dish assemblers to start turning yellow. Yeah, that's what I want to see. Although they say output full because this is a because this is a fluid recipe, this will just keep running. So it does take a while for them to really, really back up, because this has to hit like 100 before these machines turn off. I guess I could wire them through a combinator and be like, turn off if your output is more than 10 or something like that. Doesn't really matter. They'll turn off eventually. That's what matters. Same with these ones, right? They have to buffer up to like 100 in their output before they'll, whatever the stack size is. And then this is missing silver, which is great. So that's just one machine that's not running no matter what. And the, yeah, optical sets should be... accumulating slowly but surely. This is just a long belt that they have to run down to fill up that buffer. But yeah, this is good. This is good. Everything's turning off on Petri dishes. Yeah, it is. Awesome. What else can we check on in this base? Cermet is still blocked on lube. Yes. Lubricant is still blocked on fish oil. Almost certainly. How's fish doing? Fish were broken for a little while. Are fish running? Fish are running. And I do have a lot of them, which is good. How are we doing down here? We are running fish rendering as quickly as we can, which must mean we're just, like, using all of our fish oil. Yep. All right. Well, that's kind of expected that we're using all of our fish oil right now. Ooh, these are all emptied out. Cool. We can go fix this then. Get rid of all these other warehouses and stuff that we don't need anymore. We should be sitting around, yeah, around this much meat. Which is a much more reasonable number to be sitting on all the time. And you can also see that it's much less decayed. There's still a few pretty decayed ones that are sitting in here, but like most of it is newer now. Which is good. That means less of it is going to just get put on a rail and brought somewhere and then left to decay at that spot. We've used all the jerky we've been bringing in, which is great. It does mean... Ooh, okay. We are getting a little backed up on phytoplankton. But we also were just working through a huge backlog of meat and converting into jerky and converting that jerky to phytoplankton. So this is not like the regular state of the world for our phytoplankton production. So I am less concerned. I'm worried that we are like effectively just gonna be making half as much jerky now as we were before. Because the meat will overflow, it'll get thrown in the ovens. So we may need to look into, like, do we try to, at the meat to jerky place, do we try to reserve a certain amount of... do we try to let a certain amount decay and then only, like, overflow from that? I'm not really sure. There we go. Everything is so much cleaner now. Everything that can spoil into jerky all just gets merged. Which should be fine. I mean, the chances of any of them having, like, 2 or 3 stacks at the same time would be the only time that this would sort of back up one of these. And that shouldn't happen. So I'm pretty happy with this whole thing. Guar, I'm going to check off. Obviously, we still have a little bit of work to do on the Guar. Really just need Guar to be available for modules. And look at that. We are starting to get it. So each one of these takes, what, 16 modules. We have 55 times 16. I could do that in my head, but I'm lazy. 880 is what my calculator says. And that is how many stacks? 18 stacks. Each of these rows is 10 stacks. So... what I will do, I think, is go to the mall and we'll disassemble the Guar factory at the mall. I don't think we need that anymore. Did I turn my alarm back on, by the way? No. Alarm is back on. I also didn't get rid of these 2 thingies, but... seems like it's keeping up. If just barely... yeah, because what's happening is I see some gaps are sneaking through. And then later on, these can't quite... yeah, I still should turn 2 of those off, I think. It'll be a little bit safer. Or reroute the belts. That's the other option, right? Is instead of... how many do I have? 15 plus, yeah, 22. And I've got like 11 of them on each side of a belt. But I could sort of split each of these 2 halves of a belt and then side load, and that would help the compression. I don't know if that made any sense the way I said that. Basically what's happening right now, right, when we have the belt and we have the inserters, is that each of these machines, like, crafts on its own cycle, and every once in a while a gap will slip past this inserter because it doesn't have something available to drop off. And then on the other side, we end up with sometimes a bunch of stuff that's waiting to go in. So if instead of doing it this way, we take each of these pairs and then we do like this, now they don't have to worry about as much about the timing of their surrounding machines, and because they're side loading, the side load logic will compress this belt, and we don't have to worry as much about the saturation. Normally, I don't think this is a problem, like having machines that don't quite fill a belt like this, or they'll eventually back up and align their outputs. But because those machines make so many different kinds of outputs, oh, heck, that also could be part of our problem. Is that I'm using gray inserters down there. And maybe we need yellow inserters. 0.7 items a second. Yeah. Because some of the items aren't going to be coming out in two in the hand because it only makes one brain. There's only one leftover cage. So maybe just an upgrade to yellow inserters is all it needs. But we can do both things. We could put yellow inserter outputs and also side load for compression. But let's disassemble this little Guar factory here. I don't think we need it anymore. And we will head over to Guar briefly. I want to see if I can turn on a second lane of it at this point. Because we only need like 170. Yeah, we should have enough. Might even be able to turn on 2 lanes. Look at that. All right. That's 2 more lanes that we're going to feed seeds into. Everything's running. Everything's running. Cool, 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 cool. This is obviously all going to need to back up again. It's going to take a little while for all these belts to saturate. Yeah, you can actually see the same thing here that I was talking about with the meat, right? Where these don't quite always fully saturate the belt. So the better thing to do, I guess I can do the same fix here that I was talking about for that, although I don't necessarily have the space to do it. I mean, it's fine, right? This makes more seeds than we need, so it doesn't really matter. All right, let's wander back to animal processing, and let me see if I can make sure that those slaughterhouses aren't backing up. I don't mind as much at the Guar if it doesn't like fully pack the belts, but at the slaughterhouses we're gonna have potential decay issues, right? So I do want to make sure that those are running consistently. Even though supposedly we only have 14.7 items a second, if it's missing, again, if it's missing its gaps, if it's missing the slots that it can put those items in, then we're not going to have saturated belt. Or sorry, we're never going to have a saturated belt, but we're not going to have all the items come out. So let's just see what we can do here. We can either turn 2 of these off or, and I think I like this plan better, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Right, and then this splits out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, that should now do what we want, where we're going to have 2 of these belts that are less saturated, side loading in at this end. And because our grand total items per second is only like 7.35 on each side, what we should see is that it does all come through. Just right now, it's still catching up. And like, if we really need to, we can resort to stacking these belts, but I don't really want to. This does not seem to be working, and I don't know why. This side seems to be working fine. No, this is catching up. Okay, it's just that there was a lot of stuff on this belt briefly. I mean, if we just flush this and let this thing kind of run, let's see if it can figure itself out now. Just get everything emptied, let all of these machines cycle, and make sure that they can, like, properly catch up. Because this looks like it's buffering. Why are we buffering so much? So this is 3, 11, 13, 15, 18, 20 items in 30 seconds. So 2/3 of an item per second times 22 is 14 and 2/3 items per second. Yes. So, like, this should be able to keep up, is what I'm saying. It does seem like it is. I don't love how far down, like, some of these piles are getting, but they're also, they do, like, they appear and then they disappear, right? And I think that's because of how the, like, two halves of this are synchronized or not synchronized between each other. But, like, I haven't seen these buffering lines. They're not continuing to get longer, right? Like, they're hovering around where they were. So I do think this is working. Yeah, and we can even see gaps starting to appear every once in a while. Okay. Yeah, I guess it's working. Oh, I've got half the cages, though. Maybe it's not working. Well, as long as it works for one half, it'll work for the other half. So I was like, why does it seem like it's slowing down? And the answer is that I had all the cages. So yeah, it does look like every once in a while we get, like, a little bit of a backup at the merge point, and we could probably handle that somehow. You know, I guess a lane balancer would make it so that these two would more consistently we would back up both lanes more consistently instead of the one lane always having priority over the other. I don't think it matters. Because, yeah, as long as these ones at the ends of all the places are able to stay empty. Yeah, see, that backup got to, like, there. But then we have a bunch of gaps in the top belt, so there's going to be plenty of space for this to empty out. Yep. So, yeah, I could throw lane balancers on these just to keep them a little more... There we go. Now they should pull from both of their lanes more consistently. Maybe. Once the backup is cleared, at least. Let's see this. I really want to see this stop being blocked. And it does look like it's getting there. It'll catch up. It's just that we make 14 and 2/3 items a second, and the belt holds 15, right? So it's getting it to the point where it does flush out its excess, and then actually runs correctly as a lane balancer, like up here, is do I want to be lane balancing these afterwards, or do I want to merger? Maybe this should be a merger after this instead of side loading. One of these. Right, because each of these are getting lane balanced, and then they need to be pulled through at about a half rate each. Yeah, that looks like it's doing what I want. Yeah. And look at that. We're clear through here, clear through all the belts. Everything's looking good. All right, that's doing what I wanted it to do now at this point. I'm reasonably happy that all of these guys are staying unblocked, and that's what matters. The last ones are running. Okay. Yeah, and they are getting more caged ones on time. In the general case, I think the cages will get better distributed around the belt soon. They were clumpy because we got you know, all of this backed up and then all the cages come through at once. But now the cages should kind of be coming through based on how often these guys wrap up. So I think it's good. I think we got it. And I can't readily tell if that should be staying right around 8 items most of the time, occasionally dropping to 7, and I think it is. Between the cages being filtered out and also the occasional gap that will appear on this portion of the belt. There's probably a better way to get all of this, like, compacted like this, but I'm happy that all of these are being consistently able to empty themselves, and this one's never going yellow. So that's really all that I cared about. Excavation, we've got a little bit of science running again, so we might get sand soon. How's the Guar going? Oh, we have lots of Guar. Okay. We can go turn on the rest of the Guar build. Let's do that. Let's get Guar done. And then once we're making the Guar gum, I should be able to make the digging fluid build, which that's just a getting it done so it's done sort of thing, right? That way the next time we need mining fluid, we'll have mining fluid 2 available. But if we go ahead and turn on the rest of this, oh, really? Not quite enough? Let's see. The other half of this is that. And then the other thing that we'll be able to do then... you know what? Instead of doing this as a three-way split, let's do it this way. Let's prioritize feeding to the seeds that actually run the system. And then we take the rest and we split it between the two halves of our processing for guar gum. Because right now, while this is still on recipe 1, I'm not sure if all the ratios are actually going to work out if I split it into thirds. We might end up with not enough seeds or something. So I want to make sure we make the seeds first. And then and only then do we make gum. All right, and those guys are all starting to get beans. Why are you yellow? Oh. That's why. And then, yeah, it's just red because the input inserters disable. It takes a second for that to rerun, and these should now be running consistently. And then, yeah, we have just a little bit starting to come into making guar gum. And now we won't be getting any guar output at all until the gum saturates, because that's the priority, is the gum. But I'm okay with that because we don't actually need any guar for anything. And then I'm going to leave this last one turned off for now, which is the bean seeds out. Because I don't think we're going to need them until... Well, we don't need them out for a while. And because we're prioritizing feeding the beans into here, I want to make sure that we... that we're not just dumping all these into this chest, because that'll be more demand on this system. And I want to keep the demand on this system lower so that more of the beans are fed into here, so we're making the guar gum. I hope that made sense. But everything is on at this point. Obviously, we are nowhere near actually making a full belt of guar using recipe 1 like this. We will need recipe 2. This one. Which is what we'll start pulling in the ash and the lamps. Yeah, and the beans or the seeds are starting to back up along the second set of belts, so that's good. I think this is all looking good. And then this will get, again, the demand on this will drop once these belts all fully saturate, right? That's just the demand here is artificial. But should start to saturate very shortly, because as soon as this one hits, then these ones will start running more quickly. Yeah. There we go. So these guys should start buffering soon. There we go. Which means all the rest of it is going to start coming down here and making gum. And we have made 4 gum. Well, 12 gum. And again, I don't think this will run at full capacity because this recipe is just, yeah, 10 guar in 150 seconds versus 25 guar in 110 seconds. So, all right. I think that's as good as it's going to get right now. So we've got a little bit of guar gum happening. It's going to take a long time at this rate for it to end up buffering where we need it, but we can do digging mining fluid 2 whenever. But it looks like we're about to hit excavation. So maybe we should think about what we need to grab for... Oh, but we're going to need a bunch of sand extractors. Let's figure out what we're going to need for our nexelit processing as far as sand extractors. Because that's the thing. 10.8 iron sticks a second if we cast. Okay. So this is what we need to bring in to make iron sticks. Feed those into a bunch of sand extractors, along with the sand that we get. We'll continue to use the sand from processing or from reprocessing the stone and the gravel. I'm not going to switch those to be outputs since we have them locally. So we're going to need a bunch of sand extractors, and then this is easy, this casting unit. And then if we actually look at the build, we should have space to bring in, yeah, the things that we need to do the casting. And then this stuff, we just have to figure out how to merge in with our 4 belts of sand. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll figure out how to get all that, like, split up and merged together when we come back. It's ad break o'clock again. I run just the one ad break an hour, just long enough to keep pre-rolls turned off, because I hate pre-roll ads. I'm going to take the opportunity to get a little bit more water and stretch my legs, as I usually do. I recommend you do the same. Hydrate, take care of yourselves as human beings, and when we are back from the ad break, this tech will definitely be done, and we will be able to start working on fixing this nexelit build and actually feeding it enough sand to run, which will be cool. I will see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for hanging around through the ad break. I appreciate it. I'm trying to figure out, looking at this stuff, we want to scale this to a full belt in. Yeah, we end up with 100 sand a second. Do sand extractors have... Sorry, I was looking at YAFC. I thought I had hit the YAFC button. I hit the game button. Right now, we're built to 9 a second scale, which just fits 4 unstacked belts of sand. Will run the whole thing. So with sand extractors... Okay, sand extractors do have a output chute. So we can actually build for the full scale... because those belts will be stacked, right? So if we say we want to build this for the full scale, that says 45 sand extractors, but we need, I guess it would be 48 of them, because we need the next biggest number that's divisible by 8, right? Because we're going on both sides of 4 belts. So we would want 48 sand extractors. And that does need 2 casting units, which is annoying, but so be it. All right. So 48 sand extractors, 2 casting units. And then let me do this. We're going to duplicate this page just temporarily, because now I can easily like compare, right? I can say, okay, we need 6 more washers. We need wait. No, we can't go to this full scale yet anyway, because we end up with too much nexelit grade 3. Right. That belt needs to be a red belt, and this belt needs to be a red belt. Okay. So we're not going to do this upgrade yet. We will blueprint in where we're going to have 48 of these sand extractors, but we're going to start with just 32 of them. But I can put both casting units in, because we may as well do that. All right, well, we got 12. That's enough to start. Honestly, even getting just a fraction of this running at full speed will be huge. Because the nexelit is definitely, nexelit throughput is an issue for us right now, and also not pulling nexelit ore is part of what's leading to our meat backups. So getting nexelit processing going here is gonna be big. All right. So what we need to do, for one thing, is turn this off. No trains coming in. All right. We're going to have a fluid input here. Which needs to bring in hot air and iron. Hot air and molten iron. And then here, this will bring in advanced castings and borax. Yes. Power that as well. Now, yeah, those are both fairly small quantities. Borax. Advanced castings. And then our 2 casting units, which will do something like that. Making sticks. Oh, shoot. Okay. We just got to go over one here. That should be good. And then input-wise, 1 gray inserter is fine for both of these. All right, and then that's our sticks out. And of course, this doesn't quite reach. We're going to need a lot of space here. So we need 4 belts of sand. We're going to have 48 of these in total across 4 belts. Which is going to be 6 on each belt, but I'm starting with 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, and number 4. Okay, those are our 4 belts out. We do still have spare sand that's coming through from these other areas that we're going to have to figure out how to reuse and merge in. So that's this plus this. And I think what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, like, lane balance each of these. Merge them together. Like that. And then this one will just be well, it'll have a little bit of extra, right? Because our like total number of machines is whatever. We already have more machines than we need on each of these. And if I don't reuse the sand, to make 60 sand a second, what does each of these do? 2. So yeah, we would need 30 of these, which is 7.5 on each. All right. But we're making like 3's worth, it looks like. Yeah. So instead of 7.5, we'd need 4.5. So like maybe I could take 2 of these off of this one if I really so desired. I don't know if I so desire. The symmetry is nice. And then there's a little bit of extra space here, but I need space to put 2 more on each of these for the final scale of this when I scale it back up to 1 belt of input nexelit. Where does each of this go? Oh, I accidentally turned off my bots. All right. And then each of these guys just needs power. And that, well, other than needing a bunch more, sand extractors, that should be enough to turn this on for now. So this is making 16 sand, and 1 row of this consumes what? 15. Yep. Okay. So this is enough to turn on 1 lane of this forever now. And then this one, and then this one, and then this one. So I just need the other 20 sand extractors, and nexelit is actually going to be working. Do we have those yet? If I check up here, how many do we have? Oh, yes, we do. Excellent. Love to see it. Actually, let's grab 36, which is how many it's going to need when I scale it up to a whole belt of ore. I'm not going to do that whole scaling because, like I said, there's one place I need to use red belts, but I'll at least drop all the sand extractors in place. And that'll be one less thing I have to do when I do upgrade, when I get a red belt that I can drop in where we need that red belt. there we go. That should be 48 of those. 48 of them. The actual number is like slightly less than 45. Plus this part that, you know, feeds extra sand in. But again, we'll... Yeah, okay, I actually don't like this. I want to do this a little bit differently. Because what I want is for each of... If any of these... Basically, if our nexelit is backed up, I want to make sure that no matter which one of these is running, it's pulling sand from the sand outputs first. Hopefully that makes sense. That should... That should achieve that, because this can now push the sand through to any of these belts, no matter which one is being used. And, like, yes, it'll preferentially send it to some of them, but it doesn't really matter in that regard, because each of these builds is big enough on its own to run a whole line here. What matters is that no matter which of these we're pulling out from, this has enough capacity to do what we need. So as far as upgrading this to a full belt of input, where we need red belts, in theory, we need a small segment of red belt right here, feeding this splitter, and that might have to be a red splitter. I don't remember how that works. Cripes, the sound effects on those machines are obnoxious. Yes, they are. And it's, believe it or not, significantly louder in my headphones than it is for all of you on stream. There's a tracking issue on the Pyanodon's GitHub for machines that have awful sound effects. Anyway, so these guys put out, we would have up to 20 of the grade 3, but then where it really matters is where we're pulling through here. This would need to be a red belt, and I could, I guess, make this 2 belts coming through, right, instead of a red belt. And then each of them would only be like 10 items a second. Yeah. So maybe we can actually make this work without needing to upgrade to red belts. Maybe we can just reroute a couple of things. Because, yeah, here would be the tough part. It could be the metal pipe sound effect. It basically is the metal pipe sound effect. It's like a less spiky version, yeah. So yeah, I'm trying to remember how this works. And where all of our different things are. So this would be 5 nexelit grade 3 here. And currently, and if we built this to full scale, this would be 15, and this would be 15. Or sorry, 7.5, 7.5. So what we would need is... I mean, I guess what I would do, and I can do it right now, is we take this up here like this, and then we take this one into a lane balancer. There we go. So that fixes this section, so I could scale it up to 15 raw nexelit in. And then the other place is here, where that is also an obnoxious machine, where we merge together these belts here and here. And like, I guess what you would do is just run, instead of merging these, you just run the two belts in parallel, right? All that being said, I totally can upgrade this to 15, I think. If I really want to upgrade this to a full belt of raw nexelit in, I can. Maybe we should just do that. It's overkill, but... it's the fun kind of overkill. Plus, I don't necessarily have another immediate project. And the only reason I didn't build it at that scale is because I was thinking I was going to need red belts, but I think I have figured out how to route everything in a way that I don't need red belts. So let's just do it. It does mean I'm going to have to figure out how many more of each building I need for each row, which is going to be a pain. So... the factory must grow. Exactly. We're going to need 6 more washers. You know what? Ooh. This is going to be fun. Let's try something silly. Because I know from here, when we export our shopping list, we can export it to a constant combinator. So if we import this combinator... yes. And then if we import the shopping list of the smaller set, import. And then if I take an arithmetic combinator, green, red, and do... each signal on green minus each signal on red, output each signal, power the stupid thing. Our output should be everything that we need to add to that build. Some stuff we already built to a larger scale, so we'll filter it out. Like the sand extractors are built, so we don't need those. Did I build the coal power plant to the extra scale? Sorry, I just realized I was on the wrong view. This has 2 coal power plants, and at 15 a second, how many coal power plants do we need? Exactly 2. Okay. Good. So we already built coal power plants to scale. Everything else, I mean, casting units, it's saying we could use up to 3 casting units to output nexelit plate. I'm not going to do that. I'm going to stick to the 2. And then I already put the second casting unit for sticks, so we don't need casting units. We don't need offshore pumps. All right. So now I think that's not a requester chest. That's a requester chest. If we transport this whole thing into the Logi network, someplace where I have power, there we go. And then I put set request here. The bots will now bring me the difference between needing 9 in versus, or 9 in versus 15 in. And that should be all of the extra machines. And then I just have to go through each row of that build and make sure it all looks boom. All right. And then I take what's in there and we take this apart. Let's go scale nexelit to more than we need. Because we can. All right. So now I just kind of need to go through each step. So we need 15 washers. We currently have 9, so we need 6 more. And that all, the output of that still fits on 1/2 of a belt because it compresses. And then we're going to need 8 total jaw crushers. We've got 5. So up to 8. Output of that is now 10 items a second. So we may want to do that. And then after that, the automated screeners, we currently have 6. We need 10. And 553, all the different outputs of this are already filtered onto different belts, and they're all still less than half a belt. The next stage is these guys. That already got expanded. After that, we have... And there should be 25 of these if this is built to scale. Correct. Good. And then we have more automated screeners. We need 15 in total. There's currently 9. Let's also fix that down here. Save an underground that we don't need. All right, and then this is the part where I had already redone some parts of this. So the nexelit grade 3 out of this, yeah, is half a belt, and it'll feed here. So this will be half a belt of nexelit grade 3 here, and then this next stage with the secondary crushers, which now needs 8 crushers. Will also be half a belt out. That's half a belt of sand out from them as well, so that is exactly going to fit on a belt. We'll double check nothing's looking backed up when we're done. Now, each of these rows, we have 4 rows of scrubbers. We now need to have a total of 60 scrubbers, so each row needs 15. And each row currently has 9. So... And then we need, how many of these? 20 advanced foundries. We currently have 12. Okay. Yeah. 2, no. Each of these makes what? 10 megawatts. So 20 megawatts. Yeah, 20 of these machines is exactly 20 megawatts. So it is exactly 2 of these. And I'm worried that with heat losses, we might not actually, this might not actually work with just, we might need one more coal power plant, is what I'm saying. But hopefully this works. And then here, we're just gonna change this so that we don't merge all of these together, and instead we split 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. All right, we're doing fine on the sand coming through here. Somehow I ended up with some casting units. I must have messed up when I was adjusting my filters for all of that. Why are these guys all yellow? Oh, because I'm out of mechanical inserters. Okay. If I do grab one more coal plant, I guess I'd have to put it at this end, right? We'd supplement the heat at this end, and then I just have to run the ash belt back. We can do that. I don't love it. It's going to be ugly, but we can do it. All right, so we'll do that. We will grab one more coal power plant. I'll be more comfortable with a little bit of headroom, with heat mechanics being what they are. And then we will, we'll also need to grab a bunch of mechanical inserters to finish the build. Did science stop again? Yeah. I just want to make sure that we're still stopped on... We're still stopped on Pi Science 1. That is expected. Nothing else has broken. Pi Science 1 is running. And it's really close. Okay. But yeah, we can see... I mean, we do have plenty of glassware in here. Did we get another blip in production? Like, if I look at Pi Science Pack 1, it has been running consistently at, like, 39 to 40 a minute. Okay. That's good. It has kept running consistently. Apparently our consumption jumps up to 60 a minute, though? Which means that this is not... Did I mismath my math? Did I math wrong? 1, 2, 3, 6, 10. 2, 4, 6, 12, 20. But importantly, we're making 0.1 chemical science, which means we need 0.6 pi psi 1, which we are doing. We are scaled to that. 4 research centers prodded. Okay. Do I have too many labs running? What do we got? We have 16 labs. We need 120 seconds per unit. Okay. But we also have productivity is at 1.5. So 120 divided by 1.5 is 80 seconds with 16 labs. That's 1 every 5 seconds. So 0.2 per second. And we make zero. Wait, do I have twice as many labs as I need? And that doesn't even take into account productivity. Productivity doesn't really matter. But yes, apparently we have twice as many labs as we need. Or we're making half as much science as we should be. And of course, we're limited right now to... Yeah. Yeah, we only built... Oh, wait, no. Yeah, chemical, and then Pi Psi 2. So yes, we're built for 12 SPM, or we have 12 SPM worth of these guys. At our current research speed of 2 minutes per whatever. Right, because it's 16, 1.5... Okay, yeah, so I just have twice as many labs as I need. So science is always going to do like a bloopa 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 bloopa. Bloopa bloopa being a technical term, of course. I don't know if I want to try to double our science production. I think there's a lot that we would have to try to fix or upgrade to double science. Oh, I don't have heat pipes. Shoot. I didn't realize that. When I went to get that, oh, I also didn't get the coal power plant. Oops. I never made it all the way up to base. I stopped to do other stuff on the way up, not on the way back. I'm just an idiot is what I am. So, yeah, I don't think I'm going to try to double science right now. I mean, certainly science is slow. Don't get me wrong. But I think once we start working on bigger, more complex builds, science will stay ahead of us right now. The only reason science is being a bottleneck for us, I think, is that we are in the fixing things up and taking advantage of our new tech phase, not in the pushing towards new things phase. So I'm like constantly like, research a thing, use it. But once we kind of get just like the line of researches that we need for the next science pack, and we're sort of doing our builds as we go, I think we will find that that science will be fast enough. And if it's not, we can look at what it'll take to double our science production, but that sounds sketchy. Yeah, mechanical inserters. There we go. I want to make sure we have enough mechanical inserters and enough heat pipes to do what I need to do down there. And then we will go... head back down. Yeah, all right. That should be enough. We're about, yeah. The next time ad break rolls around, I will try to remember to park myself up there and let the bots do a major restocking during the ad break. That way we don't have to stand around and do it. When we could be doing something more interesting than standing around waiting for bots. Yeah, so all of this is woo. Hello. How much muddy sludge does this make? 500 a second. What's this pumping speed? Up to 12,000 a second. Okay. Oh. Let's try that. Hmm. You know, with 3 of these, maybe we just drop it all on this end. Oops. Come on. Okay, let's give ourselves a little bit of room to work here so I can actually see what I'm doing. And then this belt of ash, we can actually pull through, not right there, one lower. And like I said, it's going to be kind of ugly, but it does just barely squeeze through. It's gonna take a minute for all of this to heat back up now, of course. But with 3 of these running, I think we'll be okay. And hopefully, because the required temperature here is only 450, and these will heat up to like, I don't remember, but hot, 1K, 2K. I think it'll be enough to keep the farthest one warm, especially with the extra power from having 3 of them. Yeah, these are heating up fast. Awesome. Awesome, 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 awesome. So yeah, it's going to take a minute for this to fully heat up again, but when it does... we should be dumping a lot of molten nexelit. This is doing exactly what I wanted it to do, which is this is not backing up, even though we have one of these lanes backed up, because it's allowed to go to any of them and is always the input priority. So it's doing what it should do, in that the system is going to prefer to pull from there. Yeah, it's gonna take a little while for all of these to like actually turn themselves back on. I'd like to see it happen, but I don't know if I want to stand around waiting for stuff to heat up. Yeah, science is running. That's fine. How's glass doing? Let's check on glass. My eternal nemesis. Oh, look at that. Glass is catching up. We have glassware. We have... it looks like something requested some petri dishes, so petri dishes are running again. That's fine. Yeah, optical sets are fully saturated. No silver for glass core. That's fine. Glass here has been caught up, but sometimes isn't. I think we're right on the cusp of making enough glass. Yafsi says we don't make enough, but obviously the system doesn't run. Not every build runs at full speed all the time, and Yafsi's estimates are conservative. So, but yeah, it's good to see glassware catching up. So I think glass is good until we get quartz 3, and we'll do an upgraded glass build with quartz 3, of course. All right, I'm gonna go ahead and let an ad break run. It's that time again. I'm gonna move myself up to the mall and let the bots refill my inventory during the ad break. And then I'm gonna step away and get a little bit more water, stretch my legs. I recommend everyone else do the same. It has been an hour. Take care of yourself as a person. Hydrate, stretch. Don't actually watch the ads. Ads are gross. And when we come back from the ad break, we will, I'll figure out what our next goal is, because I'm not sure right now. We're still waiting on desulfurization for our new lubricant build, so I might have to... well, I'm sure I can find something that's broken that needs a fix. Anyway, I'll see everyone shortly. Welcome back, everybody. Thanks for sticking around through the ad break. This has turned on, it looks like. It seems like everything is running. But this end is not running consistently. It's the input that is now a problem. Or rather, it is the output of Muddy Sludge that is now a problem. Because these tanks are full. This is set to a train limit of 2. So, like, whenever we have need of Muddy Sludge, stuff is going to pull from this. But apparently, our Muddy Sludge demand is not what it once was. Or our Muddy Sludge supply is too high. Both of those are really two sides of the same coin. Because, like, yeah, moss is... I mean, why is a bunch of moss sitting red? No stone. Ooh, well, it's running now. Or it's trying to run now. So, like, that'll help with some Muddy Sludge demand, having moss run. Log. But, like, I mean, we did make a big... I don't remember where I put it. But I did make a thing that, like, makes Muddy Sludge on purpose to supplement our moss and... oh, here it is. Muddy Sludge. So this has got to be sitting fully... Yeah. Fully saturated. So we might need to try to get rid of some Muddy Sludge somewhere, is what I'm seeing. It's not my favorite thing in the whole wide world, but I think we do have, like, perhaps better ways to use it now. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, log, moss. Muddy Sludge to biomass. That's a heck of a recipe. When do I get microfibers? Isn't that, like, soon? Yeah. But that uses filtration media, which is not ideal. Yeah, this is a bunch of turds. Phytomining uses... Well, a bunch of these use tailings, but it looks like phytomining too. Some of these things use Muddy Sludge instead of tailings. Okay, yeah, they use various things. I haven't even looked into phytomining yet as, like, a thing. None of it looked exciting in stage 1. I'm assuming at some point we are going to need to use it, right? Because I think Tech 2 needs... Yeah, we need at least some of the enriched biomass for Pi Science 3. So we are going to have to figure out phytomining eventually. But not right away. But to answer my question, it seems like there is not necessarily an immediate use of... Huh. I'm not sure how I did that. I got some guts stuck in this, it must have been when I was moving belts around. Okay. Let's go down there and let's unstick this train. We'll move those guts out of there. And as far as getting rid of muddy sludge, like, I don't know. I really don't know what else we can do other than build more logs and then find a use for them. I think if I build more logs now, it's just going to be more logs. Like, we're going to back up on logs. So, yeah, unfortunately, this system is not quite where we want it to be. But we are backing up on nexelit plate, which is fantabulous. And this should be starting to... This pipe should be filling up. We should be making molten nexelit faster than 2 casting units can cast it out at this point with, well, 18 of these machines, soon to be 20. Yeah, these last two are taking a minute to get fully up to temperature. But it's not just temperature drop. Okay, yeah. We're dropping off very quickly through here. So it is, I think, just a matter of the heat energy is still being sucked into various buildings along the way, right? We find these ones that are... Yeah. Yeah, I think it'll fix itself. Let's go grab this stuck train. And then research is slowing down, but as we discussed earlier, apparently I have twice as many labs as I need, so research is always going to slow down. It'll run in waves. All right, stuck train. I don't know how I managed to get guts down here, but... I think all the filters are good. It was probably just when I was messing about with belts, something was briefly pointed to something else, and... Or I shift-clicked the wrong thing. That's always an option, too. I'm concerned about how empty this is. This isn't running, right? No, this is not running. Good. Xenogenic cells are currently halted. Ooh. Okay, we need to go fix that. It's not properly... The xenogenic cell build never stops requesting meat. So what's happening is meat is decaying down there, and then it's just getting replaced. because we're fully backed up, right? So this is just making jerky. So what I want is, yeah, let's get... And what we're gonna do is we want the output of this. No. We remove the meat from there. And then we set up a decider combinator. And we say, if coal, if we have coal, or coke, sorry, we have coke, and the cells are below 200K, then we can output meat at minus 3K. Right. What this is saying now is that we have lots of meat and it's not requesting it, and it's not requesting it because we've made enough xenogenic cells. All right. There we go. That was the missing piece there. So that should, I mean, we're still going to end up with most of this meat probably decaying, because I don't think I'm getting enough chitin to make bioscaffold. Yeah, which means we're not actually consuming the xenogenic cells. Oh no! We're also not getting sugar. And we're not getting sugar because... because this is not marked as a high priority biomass output as a byproduct. Well, well, well. And I probably also need void logic for that, don't I? Because, like, we have a biomass to ash void. Yeah, this should have void logic on it. Let's, let me find someplace I can copy and paste void logic from. All right, biomass greater than, these stack to 100, so 10K, yep. There we go. Not that pluripotent stem cells are our limiting factor down here. It's bioscaffold, but we do want them to be running if they can. All right, and this should have a train dispatched now. No, it doesn't. Why not? Oh, there it goes. And then destination is almost certainly going to be... Oh, this one. Void biomass to coal rather than void biomass to ash. Sure. Why did I make that if I have this biomass to ash void? I don't remember. Did I not think that I had this? These are questions that I cannot answer. All right. Well, that's running again. Let me label that. How's nexelit doing? Yeah, muddy sludge is still a problem. I might need to set up a muddy sludge void. Oh, but we have started to get some molten nexelit into this side of the world. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Which means... what does that mean? That means that very soon our... This shaft build that we made like 20 hours ago is going to turn back on, is what it means. Because, yeah, this is just waiting for molten nexelit. And then it can start spitting out a whopping 0.48 shafts per second. Oh, yeah. It's not quite exactly that because... 0.495? Yeah. Because 0.08 here comes from prod module, and it's, you know, 1.1 for prod and then 0.75 for speed, and that's like 0.0 or 0.825, which this UI rounds down to an 8, but... Brakes are getting a delivery of copper and are running. Those are backed up. These guys are running. How are they doing up here? They are slowly backing up. Control panels are totally backed up. Gearboxes, of course, are not. Shafts, of course, are not. Brakes are slowly backing up. Okay. So, like, things are... mechanical parts have been slowly used. This whole setup is slowly saturating. Tinned cable apparently is running, which means that we actually got molten tin. Holy crap. That's something that just never happens. How is tin, anyway? I haven't checked on tin in a while. Still a problem, is what I'm seeing. Like, yes, we got a delivery of molten tin, but, like... when do we get tin processing stage 3? 1, 2, 3, 4... like 5 techs if I wanted to rush it. Logistics 2, heavy oil processing, mining machines 3, biofilm, tin 3. And this would presumably give us, well, better yields. Because I really don't... maybe I should just do it. Maybe I should upgrade to... 2 belts of tin ore a second instead of 15, 30. You know, scale all of this to that new scale, rebuild the whole thing to that scale, and then go from there with the new tech. The next time we need an upgrade, we use the new tech. Because, like, tin has been a problem for a long time, and it is clearly not keeping up. Like, it's been broken for hours, and there's always stuff that wants tin plate. I was really hoping the move to molten metals for, like, tinned cable and other things would reduce our, like, overall tin input demand enough to get it balanced, but that just didn't work out. How are we doing here? 12,000. Oh, it's so close to our first delivery of molten nexelit. And there's only one place that it'll go. It'll go to making shafts. How's our new build of the day? Everything looking good? Everything's looking good. So yeah, these aren't running full speed because we're still only doing Guar recipe number 1. But yeah, this runs every once in a while. Oh, we've almost got enough for a delivery. Woohoo. When this build is upgraded to Guar 2, this will be running full. All of these will be running. This will be running full time. It will truly be a sight to behold. I will have beans out the wazoo. Oh, did we just get... Oh, we're sitting at 45,000 fish oil. Okay. So we are making lubricant slowly. Maybe I should change this so it can use our fish oil more quickly and make a little more lubricant. The other question... I mean, ultimately, desulfurization is the plan for lubricant, but, like, how are we doing with oleochemicals now that we're using the more efficient one all the time? Avoiding glycerol. We have extra oleochemicals, so I could potentially turn that lubricant build back on. If I still have... I mean, I think it was here, right? I rebuilt it to not... Don't remember. I don't remember. Yeah, I really don't remember where I had the previous one. But yeah, Surmet is going to need what? This uses up to 50 lube a second. And we're currently making, up to 200 lube a second, and we're currently making 10. So that's just unfeasible. And like we knew this. And if we go back to like lubricant, not using stacks for train load, unload. I use them where I need the throughput, but they are very, very expensive power-wise, so I don't use them everywhere. There was a brief moment where stack inserters were my highest power consumer in the base, and like they're still number 2. The side load trick? I don't think I do. Let's see what that looks like. Oh. Interesting. Increases throughput substantially versus just having a belt go right up into them. Okay. Yeah, versus running the belt past the inserter. Interesting. Is that because of... I guess it's because of the way side loading works and how the hand paths to the two... Running past the inserter is usually faster than pointing it at them. Yeah. Everywhere I'm using them, we're running past them, I think. If I find a spot where I have them. Not there. Here. Yeah, the items just get thrust right under the inserter. Yep, because it's on the... Yeah. It makes sense, because it can grab from the two sort of quarter tiles that are opposite from it, like back and forth very quickly. So you get 2 lanes of stuff getting shoved onto the one lane. Yep. With very high swing speed, it stops being beneficial. That makes sense as well. Because at some point, your swing speed is less of the limiting factor. Base game, it can load an entire yellow belt with a common bulk at stack size 7. Wow. Yeah, I wonder how much that would help with my my stack loads and unloads. Because, like, where I'm doing them... For unload, it's a bit fucky. Yeah, well, unload is always going to be fucky. But, like, we have this part here, right? Where we unload onto a belt and, you know, where we come back into these guys... We would basically do that trick from this half into here, right? And yes, we're still limited by the throughput of the belt, though. So I don't know if it actually helps us. Do I want to see Cursed? Oh, always. Let's see Cursed. All right, yeah, muddy sludge is a problem. I gotta set up a muddy sludge void. We're just not pulling enough of it to moss and trees. Oh, links allowed won't fit inside Twitch chat. 1 second. Let me make you a VIP and then you can post. I have a Discord. Yeah, if you want to. Should be linked on my Twitch page. Down below the video somewhere. Yeah. You just see the Ko-fi. It's in the... Here, I'll copy the link into Twitch chat. That's easy. I don't have it as a big icon. It's like next to my other links in the About section. I should probably make the Discord pop out a bit more. Whatever. There you go. Okay, I am going to start thinking about muddy sludge. Although, why is this not running? What? Wait. We're not getting moss into wood. Well, that's part of our muddy sludge problem. Why no moss? No moss because no stone. Oh, no stone because I was a bad Brannon. Remember when I said this was going to break things? It broke things. I think we sucked down all of the stone in the base and turned it into gravel and turned that into sand and fed it all to nexelit. Yep, I see it. All right, let's see this cursed, what do we got? Right. Why does that... What? Oh, I get it. 'Cause it can hand... It gets worse, you can't mirror it. Uh-huh. 'Cause it relies on the way they drop on the splitters. Yeah. Okay, so what happens is the top row of bulk inserters can drop their entire hand into the second row simultaneously, so that while the second row is unloading, they're going back to load. Is that how that works? Because they can drop... Oh, because pi stacks aren't 1 by 2. Okay. I thought this was some weird inserters inserting into inserters thing. All right, so it would just be those. And then like that. And this is output. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, at stack size 3, it doesn't quite saturate the belt, but real close. My belt stack is too high for this. But yeah, at a lower belt stack size, this would completely saturate. Wild. Because they need to synchronize. Interesting. Here, let me re-import this. We only need 1/2. I don't need that. Let's just give it a little more space to output into. Well, actually, here, let's just... For the other side, you have to do some wild workarounds. Yeah, because the lane drop gets weird. Makes sense. So yeah, it looks like... And I think my hand size is 16, but my belt stack size is... not. So occasionally we have short stacks moving through. And I don't think these blues are actually going to be enough to empty this almost fully saturated belt. But yep. Yeah, the stack size is just a little too high for it to actually... Cool. Okay, let's let's do what we need to do. Stop messing around with inserters. I will definitely think about trying to apply some of those tricks, though. Because, yeah, especially the side load works up to stack size 4 for Rygard. Yeah. I don't know if the pi stack inserters are maybe a little bit different. I don't know if their, like, swing speed is different or if they're the same and just bigger. So, my question is, will Moss fix itself? Oh, that's right. He is playing Pi. I forgot. I was thinking... Crastorio. Yeah, I should probably, at least for loading, use the side belt trick. That would compress some of my builds. Although for the most part we're loading from buffers, so I don't know if it's any faster. You know, these 6 guys are doing the bulk of the work here, right? Reduces inserters going into the buffer, yeah. Because we should only need, like, 2 here. Not 6. Even 6 was already overkill, but... Alright. I think I kind of have to wait and see if, having turned off or fixed this stone thing so it's properly a void again, it's gonna take some time before we start getting, like, stone outputs from metal processing and stuff. Check iron. Iron's the one that should always basically be running. Yeah. Yeah, all right. And that is going right to Moss. So Moss is trying. But the small stack size of moss does not help with, or the small stack size of stone does not help with keeping moss supplied. And then that, as we get more moss, will occasionally feed trees again. Oof, yeah, logs are totally broken. I could, I suppose, get rid of this. Oof, yeah, that does get ugly. All right, I'm hoping that I'm hoping that once I get enough stone coming to moss again, it will unblock enough demand for muddy sludge between the moss itself and also fixing logs. That is the hope. Yeah, and there's lots of stone coming this way, which is good. And then if that unblocks enough muddy sludge demand, then that will hopefully unblock nexelit without me needing to set up, like, a muddy sludge to oxygen void. Because I don't think I have a muddy sludge void anywhere. No. And I don't really want to set up muddy sludge electrolysis because I don't really want electrolyzers to be beating out stack inserters or bulk inserters, whatever they are, stack inserters, as my #1 power consumer. But We might have to, just because we make a lot of muddy sludge at nexelit now. You know, it should be just as much muddy sludge as it was making before, right? Because before we were processing a belt of nexelit. So the new build should be no worse than the old one. So maybe it is just because we haven't had the demand, because I broke stone to moss, which broke moss using muddy sludge. No moss broke trees, which broke trees using muddy sludge. And those are like our two consumers of muddy sludge. So if we can get stone consistently coming here again, then maybe, just maybe, but I'm going to bet we have a backlog of muddy sludge. Not that bad. All right. Well, we have two of these. Well, one of these is just our muddy sludge creator. That's this one. And then this one. Oh, I didn't set this up. Well, it shouldn't matter. Wait, I do have a muddy sludge void. What are you? Oh, I do. Muddy sludge to... Why are we stopped? Water's backed up. Why is water backed up? Because I never applied... Oh, why am I so bad at this game? All right, so two things need to happen. One, I need to power this outfall. Two, I do need to set up nexelit here to be able to void to that station. Three, wherever this station is, I need to label it so it's on my map so that I can search for it. Bonk. And I also need to flag this as a high priority. Okay. Where am I? Am I near where I want to be? Kind of. So, few small tweaks, and that should completely, between the higher demand from trees getting unblocked, and between fixing this so that we actually can use it. And then down around the corner, we will add the right combinators so that this can send to that station as well. Because this needs to be able to be a void. Oh, probably same with this ash. Jeez, Brandon. Not that we have that much ash yet, but good to make sure we're doing things right. Where do we make muddy sludge other than nexelit? One of these ones. All right. So now this should be able to send to here. What's the train limit set to on this one? Set it to 2. All right, that should slowly but surely be voiding more of our muddy sludge, which hopefully will let this run a little bit more consistently. Question mark, question mark, question mark. It's gonna take a little while, but we'll get there. And then up here, nexelit plate is full. Molten nexelit, is really close to a delivery. Awesome. So, oop, there we go. Here, let's follow this train. So this, I mean, I think there's only one place this can be going. Through a busy intersection and another busy intersection. Found the 4 sorter things you cooked up? Ooh. Higher throughput for, oh boy. I see we've got side loading onto undergrounds going on. That's always a good time. Whoops, I hit tab. We lost our train unloading here. All right, there we go. You don't have to side load onto the UGs, but it's cleaner. Yeah, because it means you don't need the extra... like this, right? This extra nub of belt. Yeah. Most of what I care about, because I'm using 1x1 trains, most of what I care about is getting things on and off the trains into the buffers so I can get another train in. The buffers onto or off of belts, in some places it matters, where I do need, more than one belt of output, but, like, for the most part, it's stuff like this, right? It's just one or two inserters on or off. But keeping the trains moving through is the hard part. What do we got here? Yours is top, the more inline is. Yeah. That would work too. Same number of belts either way. Yeah, that's also true. It doesn't really matter. Most of those are in places where there's dead space. Although every once in a while, they end up on, when they're on this side of the tracks, it matters more. The stuff that's on this side of the tracks doesn't really matter because this is dead space anyway. But honestly, most of this stuff did not have a lot of thought put into it. I made these designs several hundred hours ago and have been copying and pasting them around. It is infinitesimally better for UPS. Maybe. Probably. But because it saves one transport line break. Yeah, that is true. The first insorter to unload will force a transport line break downstream of it right on the corner. Ah. I didn't know that. I don't know if I've ever taken the time to really think about how all of that works. This pie base is by far the biggest base I have ever built in Factorio, right? So, unlike... How's our UPS? Oh, God. What is it showing outline? Boxes? Boxes. One of those 0.1% optimizations, yeah. But where's our frame time? Wait for update, 6.8. GUI update, sound update, render preparation. Entities is up to 3 milliseconds. Bouncing between like 2.5 and 3.5. And belts are where? Transport lines, 0.25 milliseconds. All right. Yeah, I have a long way to go. It looks like worst case update was like 12 milliseconds. I'm assuming some of that has to do with like CyberSyn that does different amounts of work on different frames. Yeah, train pathing. Yeah, it looks like it's the train pathing that's very spiky, which makes sense. I've got CyberSyn on, not rather than LTN, but yeah. But I was not expecting... Ooh, that's an awful background. Let's try it here. That's something I'm going to have to keep an eye on. The downside of dozens of 1x1 trains is pathing. Although my pathing in this base, well, maybe. I was going to say ought to be better than most like city block bases, but maybe not, depending on how smart the pathing algorithm is. Like, does it know that all of these are effectively dead ends and it can disregard them? Probably not. So... it's reasonably efficient. Yeah, I mean, I assume it's better than just like a trivial A star, but... turn on rail. Yeah, which I do not do. They should very rarely have to repath in this base. But again, it's just a matter of how many trains we have, right? Ooh, if they... I did not know that. Okay, so that's going to be a hit then where I have busy intersections, where they occasionally block up. They're doing okay right now, but... I learned my lesson for the most part about four-way cloverleaf intersections, and I've been trying to do things like this more often, because it really does help with contention. But unfortunately, I have this awful cloverleaf right in the middle of the whole freaking base. So this may just need to get replaced with something else in the future. But this is the only one that I've ever seen, like, serious contention at. When they're winning it, yeah. Well... okay, so, like, only... if you're... yeah. These are chain through, right? But the rail segments are... yeah, let me link permu. Let me see if I can remember how to do that. Roles manager... add... there we go. Oh, I can do it from chat. Yeah, there we go. You're a VIP now. You should be able to post links. Repaths that happen as part of normal operation. Trains renamed or destroyed, right. Okay, if the chain... yeah. Okay, so we should avoid most of the 5 and 30-second repaths because CyberSyn uses virtual station names. It creates virtual stations for the coordinates, so that if you have multiple stations with the same name, trains actually go to the ones that are supposed to be dispatched. If I look at one of these, yeah, these temporary virtual stations. So since there should only ever be one of those with each name, it should avoid the 5 and 30-second repaths. But we won't avoid all the chain signal repath attempts when it gets slowed down and can't claim a signal. All right, that's worth thinking about, but our contention isn't atrocious. Like, every once in a while, I see a few trains stuck at one of the intersections. Yeah. Okay, but they do repath whenever they fully stop. Yeah. So as long as they can maneuver through without stopping, they're happy. As soon as they need to stop, they get a little bit sad. All right. So yeah, it is worth... Yeah, see, that one slowed down. So it is probably worth, at least in the high contention areas, ripping out the clover leaves. But that is not a today problem. That is not a tomorrow problem. That's a future me problem. And then, I mean, honestly, the garbage collector on a bad frame is right up there with the train pathfinding. So, like... Now, I'll put it down in my, Here. Better four-way design. And then we just, like, drop it down below the fold somewhere. Everything below the line here is eventually stuff. All right, this is running now. I think I did fix my, well, I fixed the muddy sludge void, but the other question is Moss actually working? And it does seem like Moss is running semi-consistently. Still kinda not 100% consistently. But it's trying. It's bringing as much stone as it can. Trees are also maybe running? Yep. How bad is my moss demand? That's a question. Like, is this completely foobarred? It's a little bit foobarred. Lots of moss shipments on the way, though. So it's... If you have any stations working with a side load tail, I should be able to see the extra transport line break. Yeah, I should. Let me, turn that on. Of course, these are not alphabetical. Show transport lines. There we go. Oh, I can search on this view. That would have helped. But yeah, when they're idle, they're merged, like you said. And then if I can find one that's running... Moss. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Yeah, the inside corner. Yep. Cool. I didn't know it did that. All right, I'm going to wrap up here. It's been a 5-hour stream, and Twitch is going to run an ad break if I run any longer. I've run out of snoozes on my ads. Thanks very much, everyone, for watching. I really appreciate it. If you found this on YouTube and you want to watch live, there's a link to my Twitch down in the description. I will be back next Tuesday with more pie. It sort of forces a transport line break so they can scan the belt efficiently, yeah. Oh, I'm sure there's a bunch of weird things you can do to break that logic. Brakes can't be in undergrounds. Interesting. All right. Well, thanks very much, everyone. Thanks for all the info, Ravager, on how belts worked. I have learned way more about that than I ever wanted to know. All right, I gotta get going. I'm hungry. I'll see everybody next time. Thanks again, everybody.